To everyone. We're just going to start the live session, inshallah. Everyone, all right, here we are. So we're still, of course, with our book, Al-Mulakhas al-Fiqhi, or the summary of Islamic jurisprudence. And last time we talked about the conditions for Salah, and we talked about three conditions. We talked about one, the timing itself, and in other words, praying at a specific time. We also talked about two, covering the awrah, covering basically the body, and we talked about the level of the amount of how much you're supposed to be covering. We also talked about the amount for men and women. We also talked about the third condition, which is facing the qibla. We also talked about the fourth condition, which is staying away from impurity. And we talked about the different kinds of impurities. And we said it wasn't specific to impurity because we were talking about not praying in an area that basically is a grave site, or an area that is basically a dumping area for garbage. We also talked about camels, stable, barn, who knows what it's called. We also talked about that. And now, of course, we're done with that chapter. So now we're going to be talking about a new chapter. This new chapter, the basically bab, the etiquettes of heading for a mosque, bab adabul mashi ila salah. Now, it's important to remember that when we speak of any type of a worship, in other words, any ritual, the ritual itself is ibadah, but the different attempts, or the different things that you would do in order to do that ibadah, is also ibadah. Like, for example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala obligated that women would obey their husbands. Okay? Just by the whole thing of obeying the husband, since Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had asked us to obey our husbands, that in itself is an act of worship. So it would be meaning that cleaning the house, getting your husband a cup of water, or probably putting the kids to sleep, working around the house, doing laundry, all of that. If you do it for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that would be a state of ibadah. That would be a form of worship. Okay, so while it isn't just going to the salah, or going to the masjid, for example, that's a state of worship, but it's also everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had asked you to do, and you are basically completing that. That in itself would be an act of worship. Okay, why is it an act of worship? Because ما لا يتم الواجب إلا به فهو واجب. Let's see right there. We're going to write that down, because this is a very important sentence right there that I mentioned. Okay, let's write it down. ما لا يتم الواجب إلا به فهو واجب. فهو واجب. Whatever is a means to doing something that is obligatory, it itself becomes an obligation. Okay? So if, for example, going to the masjid, I'm not able to go to the masjid, but go walking, well, then I would have to go walking. If I'm not capable of probably making my kids basically a safe shelter to live in, or pay the bills, or basically cover the expenses that are my responsibility, then in that situation, finding a job is obligatory. So this is talking about, well, the means to whatever you're doing basically takes the same ruling as the ends. Okay, so if the end is obligatory, then the means to it would be obligatory. Okay, same thing. If the means to something is haram, if the end of something is haram, then the means to it is basically haram as well. Okay, so if the ending is haram, then the means to it, it's basically taking the same ruling. Okay, just remember that one. So we don't have the means justify the ends. Okay, but we're speaking about the means actually take the same ruling as the ends, but there are certain situations that we would say certain situations where we would say that the means would justify the end, certain situations. Well, that's a different story to talk about. But there are certain situations where we would say, okay, well, we've got this person, we need to save their life, and therefore the means that we probably would be in certain cases or in the general default ruling, it would be haram to harm the body, but because that's the only way to help that person survive, then in that situation, we would say, okay, this is going to justify the ends. Okay, so now we're looking at, of course, ما لا يتم الواجب إلا به فهو واجب. So this is a general ruling, same thing. If we're speaking about salah in itself as a practice, as a ritual that we would want to do, certainly whatever that leads to it has a certain reward for it as well. So, okay, let's see. So what are the different things that we're supposed to be doing while going to the masjid? So is this talking about only if we're going walking, or is this also talking about just the whole idea, the process of going to the masjid? So whether you're going by car or whether you're going walking or whether you're going, I don't know, flying, I guess. Okay. Number one is that when you go to the masjid, you want to remember that you are in a state of salah. So therefore, you head to the masjid with sakina. I would like to say, when I first learned Arabic, okay, my father, when I was 13 years old, he basically decided to take us back to Palestine. Okay. And I could not speak Arabic at the time. So, and there weren't any international schools. And my father decided that, no, we're going to figure out a way that would basically allow you to enter those Arabic schools. So, in order for me to go to the Arabic school, I remember the teacher was making evaluation to see where I'm at in terms of my Arabic. So she basically brought a book for me to read. And I just said, okay, well, I know that's a ba, which turned out to be a noon. Okay. And I said that's a meme, and it turned out to be a fa. So that was two failures right there. And but still they put me down. I was supposed to go to ninth grade. I basically then said they'll just accept that I would qualify to go to sixth grade, even though I was supposed to go to ninth. But yeah, so putting me down 3 grades. But okay, that's a different story. Now, when I entered basically the class that I was supposed to be in, so here it is, we were taking Islamic studies classes. And I couldn't even speak Arabic. I couldn't even understand what was saying. But the teacher, we had a test. And the test basically, at the time, they didn't use whiteboards, they didn't use overheads, none of that smartboard stuff. It was basically on the chalkboard. So he just wrote a sakina and wrote it was a couple questions that they were supposed to be answering. Of course, I was too, but I didn't know anything. But I just remembered one thing. I remembered that out of all the words that I had seen on the whiteboard or on the blackboard was only one word, as-sakina. And I remembered that the word as-sakina meant at-tama'nina. So a whole hour I wrote and copied the word as-sakina, and I remembered how to write at-tama'nina. So that was السكينة الطمأنينة. And what is sakina is right there, طمأنينة. It's basically tranquility. I'll never forget that. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us all a sakina and a طمأنينة. And for writing a sakina and a طمأنينة, I got an outstanding score of 2 out of 50. That was outstanding. Okay. All right, ladies. So yeah, you can support me with that. Okay. So what is it that we're supposed to be doing going to the masjid? You need to make sure that you would have al-waqar. What is al-waqar? Al-waqar is basically to take the time to learn how to build in that honor. What does that mean? Well, so that means you give honor to what you're going to. You don't act silly, and you also give honor to yourself. And this is important because when you're, especially boys, especially boys. When you're teaching boys how to go to the masjid, teach them that part of the training that we're doing is not all just ritual, but it's also learning how to maintain honor, how to maintain a certain perseverance, how to maintain strength, how to maintain continue that the consistency. Because any any work that you do, you would only be considered as successful if it has the consistency in it, if it has the perseverance that you're basically maintaining that perseverance that I'm going to continue the act. I'm going to basically work on training, and it also has to have that honor, has to have a certain stamina, it has to have a certain level of patience, and this is for going to the masjid. So teaching the children that yes, it's okay to play outside the masjid, but it's also important when you're inside the masjid that no, it's not a playground. No, the inside of the masjid is a place for dhikr and definitely not a place for playing. Okay, so the other thing is al-hilm. Having that, what is the hilm? Isn't it al-hilm when you're controlling your anger? Why are we controlling our anger? What's happening in the masjid for that's going to provoke us? Well, what's happening in the masjid that's going to provoke you is a lot of probably people just doing things that you would not expect. Of course, any place that has a number of people, you're going to basically encounter people with different attitudes, with different behaviors, with different ways that are probably just provoke you. So you have to recognize that the masjid is a holy site. The masjid is a place for you to practice your stamina, to practice your akhlaq in. غض البصر, lowering the gaze. There could be women there could be guys there, and certainly there are going to be some people that are probably not the most properly dressed, so you have to learn how to practice lowering your gaze at that time. خفض الصوت, lowering your voices, to make sure that you're lowering your voice, you're not speaking a loud voice, because you want to make sure that you keep the place a place of worship. So you want to make sure that you're respecting other people while they're praying or making their dhikr. So lowering the voice. And the other one, قلة الالتفات. I mean, of course, you're going to try as much as possible not to look around. This isn't not to look around for the sake of probably searching for the right closet, but we're speaking about during the salah. So during the salah, you're not looking around, and you're not just, I don't know, sightseeing in those situations. But is it haram to actually go sightseeing in a masjid? Just check it out. I would like to say there is a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ actually said, لا تشد الرحال إلا إلى ثلاث مساجد. Let's look at this hadith. This is a very important hadith, right? And لا تشد الرحال. I'm going to write that down. Okay, and here we go. Okay, so this is the most important hadith. Let's look at it. Okay, this is the most important hadith in regards to the different masajid. This is basically this hadith. You could see that it's an authentic hadith. Here it is. Yeah, they're telling you it's sahih. Okay, what does the hadith actually say? لا تشد الرحال إلا إلى ثلاثة مساجد. المسجد الحرام، مسجدي هذا، and المسجد الأقصى. So what does this hadith say? That the only three masajid that are encouraged that one would go visit them are basically one. In other words, we're talking about tushaddur rihal, we're talking about traveling here. Okay, al-Masjid al-Haram, which is Mecca. Okay, Masjidi Hada, which is the Masjid al-Nabawi, basically in Medina, and al-Masjid al-Aqsa in Palestine. Okay, so here's the thing. When this hadith said لا تشد الرحال, does that mean if I wanted to go and check out the mosques in Turkey that I would not be encouraged in doing so? Does that mean that it's haram? Does that mean I should not even think of going to Sulaimania Mosque, or probably going to Putra Mosque in Malaysia, or different mosques in different parts of the world? Or is this talking about that, I mean, like a specific encouragement what is this really referring to? So in general, okay, I'm just going to speak in general just because it's a fiqh class. And I promise to be to make it short and summarized. In general, the ruling on traveling in tourism, so we're just traveling Spain, seeing the masjid there or whatever it is. In general, the ruling is number one, some scholars said that it was completely forbidden to travel just for the sake of traveling because they considered one, they said this hadith is telling us لا تشد الرحال, so they depended on this hadith and said, well, here it is. The Prophet ﷺ said that those would be the only places that we can consider that it's important to basically travel to these places, and consider that it would only be permissible to make it exclusive to these masajid only and not to any other place. Now, that's the first opinion. The second opinion, they said, well, no, it's not haram. This hadith is putting and laying out a recommendation, but not necessarily exclusive to making touring or traveling only permissible for these situations or for these places. What's the evidence? Well, the evidence, they said, well, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala basically tells us in numerous ayat, siru fil ard, to travel on earth, to basically go and see what happened to the people. Unzuru kayfa kana aqibatu alladhina min qablikum, or basically encouraging us to go for a way of dhikr, which is the visual dhikr, using traveling to see the world, to see nature, to see basically the history, to see just different things in order to basically do, whether it's for the sake of visual dhikr, or whether it's for the sake of da'wah, or whether it's for the sake of as-sa'i fil ard, meaning getting a job, or probably an education, or probably for a reason that supports the deen. That's the second opinion. The third opinion, they basically, I guess, supported the second opinion and said, well, this would actually mean that it must be exclusive to a place that is to support the deen. And number three, that it's not for going to a place that has a majority of disbelievers. So that was the third opinion. Okay, so we got first opinion, it's not permissible to tour and travel except to these places. Second opinion basically said that no, it's permissible, and if it's basically for a good cause, basically with the things that I had mentioned. And third opinion basically had put an additional condition and said it would be basically permissible if it's to a Muslim place and not a non-Muslim place. Okay, just wanted to mention that one in terms of the masajid, understanding at least those areas. Now, one thing is that, of course, when we're speaking about al-Masjid al-Aqsa, a lot of people would question a couple things. We're looking at al-Masjid al-Haram and Masjidi Hada, which is al-Masjid al-Nabawi, and we know the political situation. So some questions are rising whether it is permissible to go for other umrahs or even Hajj, while perhaps the situation maybe in different parts of the Muslim world are actually needing donations. Let me answer the question here. Now, one thing is that going for Hajj, if we're speaking about the obligation of Hajj, meaning we're speaking about the first time Hajj, scholars had differences of opinions on whether there's something called, let's write that word down. Okay, there's something called, okay, wajibul waqt, and there is something called at-tarahi. Okay, so what is that? If I'm obligated to go for Hajj and I had the money and I had my mahram, okay, and I had my mahram and I had the money and I was physically capable of going to Hajj, does that mean I have to apply to go to Hajj this year right away and I cannot procrastinate? Or can I say, well, I'll do it next year because I don't know, my niece is getting married. Okay. Can I do it next year? Or do I have to know, since right now you had the money, you had the physical ability, you also had the mahram with you, and right now is basically when you had that, all of those different prerequisites, basically there. Do I have to apply for Hajj this year, or can I just do it go for next year because my niece is getting married, or what can I do? So scholars had differences of opinions on when we're speaking about something obligatory like Hajj, whether this is wajib على الفور or على التراخي or على الفور. In other words, is it supposed to be something that is immediately done? In other words, is it an immediate obligation, or can it be a delayed obligation when you basically figure out your circumstances, but you know that, hey, now this is obligatory? Well, what is the implication of such fatwa? Such fatwa would mean if you did not make it to Hajj that year, okay, and you died not making Hajj that year, that you would be held accountable, that you did not make Hajj even though you were obligated to do so, and therefore you had committed a sin. The second opinion, which basically said, well, ala tarahi, in other words, it doesn't have to be immediately, but they said on a condition that the person would put the intention that this is what they plan on doing and that this is something within their basically intention to do as soon as possible. Okay, Layla Ali, go ahead, dear.
My question is, say you have like a savings, but it's like your hardship savings, and then but you have enough it's enough for you to go to Hajj, but it's not enough for you when you come back, like as a for like your savings.
So the money that would qualify for Hajj would be for going to Hajj and coming back, okay? And basically covering your means. So it doesn't have to be just for going. No, when you come back, you're definitely not don't want to be homeless. You definitely don't want to be foodless, and you definitely need to have enough money when you come back that that is basically covering your expenses and basically covering whatever that helps you survive, whether we're speaking about a home, car, we're speaking about food, we're speaking about clothing, we're speaking about the other expenses, and all of that, that has to also be included. Okay. All right. So when we're speaking about that part about al-Masjid al-Haram, so the first Hajj, okay, the first Hajj, that would basically be considered the first time Hajj, that would be considered obligatory. And in that situation, we would basically say that that whether we're speaking about the tarahi or al-fawr, we're speaking about that it's an obligation to go for that first time Hajj. But what about the political situation? We had heard some fatwas that it would be obligatory for a second time Hajj, or going for a second Umrah or a third Umrah because of the political situation, basically Saudi Arabia, the government, or government basically an ally to UAE right now supporting Israel, and the money is basically going for a lot of different fitan that Saudi Arabia right now is supporting. So basically the Hajj money is going to be funding a lot of those music concerts, a lot of the secularization that is happening to the Saudi right now country, basically. Okay, so can we consider that, or what should we consider in that regards? Okay, so you did have a scholar who is a great scholar from the Maliki madhab from Libya, who basically was the main figure that said that we have to not fund all of this. And if it's an obligatory Hajj, then go to the obligatory Hajj. But for the non-obligatory Hajj, he basically said we shouldn't be funding any of this, which is a considerable opinion. Okay. The other scholars, they said, well, that's basically looking at Hajj and Umrah from a different standpoint, but not necessarily relevant to the actual ritual, which I personally disagree with, because we cannot look at any fatwa without looking the circumstances that surround it. That's why the scholars would say الحكم على الشيء فرع عن تصوره. الحكم على الشيء فرع عن تصوره. Okay, so that the ruling on something is basically going to be branching off and stemming off the idea, in other words, in how you would see all the circumstances that surround that case. Okay, الحكم على الشيء فرع عن تصوره. So speaking of that, same thing with al-Masjid al-Aqsa. So with al-Masjid al-Aqsa, I guess it's even trickier because it is right now considered under Israeli governance, Israeli rule, and certainly once you enter, whether we're speaking about Ben Gurion Airport or whether we're speaking about entering from Jordan through the bridge al-Jisr right there, that you would basically pay a tax to enter basically Israel. Okay. Or right now, what is basically controlling that area, basically Israel, and you would be paying a tax to it. In other words, with this tax, you're definitely going to be funding and supporting basically Israel. But is that necessarily only funding Israel? Or once you enter al-Masjid al-Aqsa, you're also supporting al-Masjid al-Aqsa? To be honest, I'll tell you, we did have a lot of fatwas. We did have a lot of fatwas telling us that part of right now boycotting Israel is not going to al-Masjid al-Aqsa, and basically not until it is basically freed and all of that. And I will say I personally disagree with that fatwa for a couple reasons. Number one is Israel itself is wanting to isolate al-Masjid al-Aqsa from being something that is part of the Muslim world in order to build their so-called temple. Okay. And by recommending the Muslims not to go there, the first ones to get isolated are not Israel, but are actually the Muslims that surround al-Masjid al-Aqsa. And the Masjid al-Aqsa becomes a free and an easy access to the different so-called settlers, colonizers that basically would enter al-Masjid al-Aqsa, do their rituals there, and start to basically find al-Masjid al-Aqsa an easy access to them. And basically, no Muslims are capable of entering the place or going into the place and then eventually being something that is within their access, within the Jewish access, a free site for them. And then no Muslims, whether coming from the 1948 area or whether the Muslims outside or the Muslims even within the West Bank coming in. So then it would be just an easy target, just an easy place, easy spot right there. And just it's like, oh, okay, now we had managed to not have any Muslims basically coming in al-Masjid al-Aqsa, and now we can roam around freely, we can do whatever we want. And if you remember, there was a time when when Israel basically put these electric doors, electric scanning, basically around or all around the doors of al-Masjid al-Aqsa, and people for a couple days they basically did not enter and refuse this type of surveillance, and completely refused it and basically went in massive numbers right around al-Masjid al-Aqsa and stayed there and would just, that's it. They're just standing there. They're just showing that support. And eventually, the Israeli government had to take down those electric doors or electric doors for surveillance. And it was a great victory. Let's call it a great victory that the Muslims in Palestine had done. We had people coming in from different parts of the world, different parts of Palestine, trying to basically just be there, just by being present. Just by being present at the place is basically showing support for Masjid al-Aqsa. So I would disagree with that fatwa that I guess it's probably a different thing if we're talking about maybe the Arabic countries. But if you have the ability to go to Masjid al-Aqsa, then definitely go to Masjid al-Aqsa, visit Masjid al-Aqsa, because indeed that is actually showing support for Masjid al-Aqsa. Yes, you will be paying a small tax, but eventually you will be paying more support for Palestine. You would be paying more support basically for even the Muslims that are basically living around al-Masjid al-Aqsa. So just by visiting that al-Masjid al-Aqsa. I wish I could go. The last time I went was probably, 6 years ago. But inshallah, maybe inshallah we'll be going soon. Inshallah. Make dua. I really miss that place. And trust me, it's going to be a very memorable visitation, I promise you. And I must admit, the Palestinians are very welcoming there. I'm not saying Palestinians are, the greatest people on earth, no. But to the Muslims, they are extremely welcoming. To the Muslims that are coming from all over the world, extremely welcoming. You'll be always feeling that you are very welcome. They would always, especially if you're looking, of course, that you're really taking consideration the Islamic attire, the Islamic appearance, etc. You will definitely be a person that is welcome, a person that you will find a lot of warmth from the Muslims there. Okay, let's see the hadith. إذا أقيمت الصلاة. Now, in general, the hadith basically in الصحيحين, الصحيحين meaning Bukhari and Muslim. إذا أقيمت الصلاة فامشوا وعليكم السكينة. If salah starts, or salah is done, basically, or, well, not done. Okay, let me correct that. أقيمت الصلاة meaning the salah is going to start. So then walk, فامشوا عليكم السكينة. Then walk to it with sakina. What is a sakina? Sakina is basically tranquility. Sakina is taking the time to basically have that tranquility. You're considering, thinking of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Two, sakina also includes that you're not rushing, you're not butting, you're not, we're speaking about taking that time to honor the place that you're going to. فما أدركتم فصلوا وما فاتكم فأتموا. So whatever you were capable of basically being, in other words, being able to join within salah, then fasallu. You come in and then the second rak'ah, just start with the second rak'ah, and that would be the first for you. Okay. وَمَا فَاتَكُمْ فَأَتِمُّوا. And if you had missed any prayer, then whatever you had missed, you're basically going to be completing it on your own. You're going to be completing it on your own, meaning after they had made taslim. After they had made the taslim, that's when you would basically want to complete that salah. So not before. I would say especially women, let's say they come into the masjid, they had prayed already 2 rak'ahs, and the imam is reading, let's say, the Fatiha. So she would really fast, swiftly just pray those 2 rak'ahs that she had missed in order to be, on track with what they're doing. That's actually the wrong way to do it. you basically wait, you join along with them, you just do takbirat al-ihram, which is the first takbirah. With takbirah means to say Allahu Akbar, and you just join along with them. Once they do taslim, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, you're then going to get up and complete it. Complete the number of rak'ahs that were missed. Okay, let's see. The Prophet ﷺ in Sahih Muslim basically had mentioned in this hadith, إن أحدكم إذا كان يعمد إلى الصلاة فهو في صلاة. In other words, if one is preparing for prayer, he is in fact engaged in prayer. In other words, you just by having the intention to complete a certain act, you would be part of it, even if you were not actually yet completely engaged in the whole thing. So just by having the intention to go there, then you would be in salah right there. Okay, so let's continue right there. What am I doing right there? Okay, hold on. Let me just, okay, here we go. We're clearing that. Okay, so what about going to the masjid? Since you're going to the masjid and you recognize that you're going for ibadah, you want to remember an ayah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us about Prophet Musa alayhi salam. So there was a promise that Musa alayhi salam, along with his people, they were supposed to meet in Sinai at a specific place, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would basically talk with Prophet Musa alayhi salam. But Prophet Musa alayhi salam, he basically rushed to the point that he was supposed to be meeting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in, and even though his people didn't actually make it with him. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells him, well, why did you leave your people behind? And he said, عَجِلْتُ إِلَيْكَ رَبِّ لِتَرْضَى. Ya Allah, I was rushing to make you content of me. That's why I rushed to get here. And that's that thing. عَجِلْتُ إِلَيْكَ رَبِّ لِتَرْضَى. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells Prophet Musa alayhi salam, فَخْلَعْ عَلَيْكَ إِنَّكَ بِالْوَادِ الْمُقَدَّسِ طُوًى. Take off your shoes. In other words, taking off the shoes, in other words, there are certain etiquettes. There are certain etiquettes that when you meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, just recognize the magnificence, recognize the honorable moment that you are basically in. That moment you're meeting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this salah, in this masjid. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is basically considering this sacred place, a place where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will embrace your deeds, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will consider your worship as a higher level than worship at other times. So what are we doing here? We're basically in a sacred place, in a sacred relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So therefore, we're considering إِذَا تَوَضَّأَ أَحَدُكُمْ. There are certain etiquettes that we're supposed to be doing. The Prophet ﷺ said, if any of you would make wudu and would complete and perfect their wudu, and they would go to the masjid, and the only reason why they're going to the masjid is really nothing but for salah, every single step they would take, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would enhance and elevate their level at a certain degree, and there would be sins that would basically come off. In other words, the person would be cleansed of sin every single time they would go to the masjid with each and every single step. But I'm not going walking, I'm going by car. That's the same thing. Even if you were to go by car, every single step, every single distance that you would drive, you would pass, you would basically put in effort to go to the masjid. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would basically elevate your level on a certain level and also remove and wipe away sins. Okay, just keeping that in place. And what does that even mean? So what that means, when you say لا يخرجه إلا الصلاة, the reason why this person is going out is not for the probably, I don't know, the gathering and meeting their friends, or probably maybe the reward that their dad promised them if they were to go to the salah, etc., that they're basically going for that. Well, in the beginning, it is possible that in the beginning you can go for other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What does that mean? Should I not encourage my kids to go if they're going not for salah, but they're going because I promised them, I don't know, I promised them to take them to a restaurant, or I promised them to, if they were to go every single day to, for example, Salat al-Isha, I would give them some certain points or whatever, and then they'll get a reward for it. Here's the thing. Remember this, Al-Ghazali used to say, in his words, and it wasn't just Al-Ghazali, but it was a couple ulama. They used to say, طلبنا العلم لغير الله فأبى العلم أن يكون إلا لله. We had seeked ilm for other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but ilm refused to be but for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So even if your intention was not fully, let's call it sincere, that you're doing it for the sake of going to the masjid, don't stop. Keep going, and inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will correct your intention. Inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will get your intention purified. Just continue going. Don't stop. Don't stop, but work on correcting your intention. And don't stop even if you had the wrong intention. Inshallah, those steps that you will take will later on have this contribution in you to probably change your intention, change who you are, and give you a new identity, an identity of a mu'min. Okay, same thing. If you're coming in for talab al-ilm and you recognize that the reason why I'm doing talab al-ilm is not because I want Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but because I want people to call me a alima, or that I know too much, or whatever it is, then does that mean should I stop? We would say don't stop. Continue. Inshallah, you will, with time, you will see your intention getting corrected, and you will see your identity being built exclusively for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, so once you enter the masjid, you come in, you basically enter the masjid with your right foot. So what masjid? Are we talking about the parking lot here? Are we talking about the actual masjid? No, we're talking about the actual masjid. Okay, the place of prayer. You come in, you step with your right foot, and you would say the following. بسم الله أعوذ بالله العظيم وبوجهه الكريم وسلطانه القديم من الشيطان الرجيم اللهم صل على محمد اللهم اغفر لي ذنوبي وافتح لي أبواب رحمتك. That's a pretty long one. Let's do it again. All right, right there. I'm going to just right there, going to show you where it is. I'm going to show you the translation too. Okay, let's say, where's that dua? When in the name of Allah, here it is. Okay, this is the dua. I seek refuge with Allah. Okay, so the person steps with their right leg, and they would say, in the name of Allah, I seek refuge with Allah, the most great, in his honorable face, and his infinitely pre-existent sovereignty, from the accursed shaitan. O Allah, confer your blessings upon Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. O Allah, forgive my sins and let the doors of your mercy be open for me. An excellent translation. But that's too big for me to remember. Can I just say Bismillah and iftah li abwaba rahmatik? Can I just say that? I mean, I'm just trying to make it easy because I don't want to remember. I can't memorize the whole thing. It's too long for me. Sure, you could just do, here we go. You could say Bismillah and Ya Allah, open the doors of your mercy to me. That's it. Can I say it in English? You can say it in English. Can I make the whole thing in English? You can make the whole thing in English. But it would be best if you were to probably say it in Arabic. That would be an extra credit. If you say it in Arabic, that's an extra credit. But I can't speak Arabic. That's okay. You can say it in English. It doesn't matter. Okay? So What is Bismillah again? In the name of Allah. So what does in the name of Allah mean? In the name of Allah means I am having this ability to do what I'm doing by the power that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had given me. That's what it means. Allahumma aftah li abwaba rahmatik. Ya Allah, open the doors of mercy to me. Open the doors of mercy to me, meaning what? Meaning, Ya Allah, while I'm entering right there, consider me and include me in your mercy. Okay, once you leave the masjid, you would basically leave with your left foot, okay? And you would say, waftah li, you would say the same dua, okay? أعوذ بالله العظيم بوجهه الكريم سلطانه القديم من الشيطان الرجيم اللهم صل على محمد اللهم اغفر لي ذنوبي. And instead of اللهم افتح لي أبواب رحمتك, you're basically going to say وافتح لي أبواب فضلك. Okay, you're going to include this with this. Okay, you're going to include it. Some scholars actually said you don't include it, but that you actually replace it. That you replace it with وَافْتَحْ لِي أَبْوَابَ فَضْلِكَ. Okay? So do I include it or should I what does وَافْتَحْ لِي أَبْوَابَ فَضْلِكَ actually mean? It means, Ya Allah, open the doors of your favor or let the doors of your favor be open for me. Okay? So, and now once you enter the masjid, you would pray 2 rak'ahs. Here's the thing. If you enter the masjid and you pray 2 rak'ahs, is that obligatory? So those 2 rak'ahs are not obligatory, but they're actually a sunnah. And they're a recommended sunnah to the point that the Prophet ﷺ, when he was doing the khutbah, the ceremony for Salat al-Jumu'ah, at one time he was telling Uthman ibn Mad'un, he said, did you pray 2 rak'ahs? The Prophet ﷺ was doing the Friday ceremony, and Uthman ibn Mad'un comes in and just sits down. And the Prophet ﷺ said, قُمْ فَصَلِّ رَكْعَتَيْنِ خَفِيفَتَيْنِ. Get up and pray 2 fast rak'ahs. So what does that mean? Do I just rush them or what do I do? You basically pray them without making them long. You're not going to read long surahs. You're basically reading Fatiha. You're just doing, let's call it the basic prayer. Okay. So then scholars had differences of opinions on entering the masjid, whether it's during Salat al-Jumu'ah or whether at other times. Am I obligated to pray those 2 rak'ahs? The other reason why they had differences of opinions is because of another hadith. And a man comes to the Prophet ﷺ and he said, is there anything that is obligatory on me? And the Prophet ﷺ said, well, there's something obligatory, which is praying 5 times a day. And he said, هل علي غيرها? Is there anything that I'm obligated to do? And the Prophet ﷺ responded and he said, لا إلا أن تطوع. No, only if you would like to voluntarily add some other prayers that would be permissible. And then, of course, while just taking that quote, لا إلا أن تطوع, that's basically letting us know that any other prayer other than the 5 obligatory prayers, be it Tahiyat al-Masjid, the 2 rak'ahs that you would pray when you enter the masjid, or be it other Salat al-Istisqa, Salat al-Istikhara, Salat al-Kusuf, all of those would be not obligatory, but they would be obligatory in situations where it basically was a communal obligation, but that was not done by enough people within the community, just like Salat al-Eidain, okay, the Eid Salah. And if we didn't get a community that is enough to perform Salat al-Eid, then it would be obligatory in all the people, and they would basically be held accountable. Okay, so this is just right there, just a couple things, is that when you enter the masjid, does that make it obligatory? So that's why al-Mundiri specifically, he basically said, even if it's Salat al-Jumu'ah, The 2 rak'ahs that precede Salat al-Jumu'ah, it's not obligatory. And if the person sits down and just doesn't pray those 2 rak'ahs, that they're actually not held accountable and that they are actually not an obligation in the beginning. But the Prophet ﷺ wanted to show their importance by telling Uthman bin Maz'un to pray those 2 rak'ahs. And then, of course, they had different interpretations on قُمْ فَصَلِّ رَكْعَتَيْنِ, get up and pray. Is that imperative verb, قُمْ, get up? Is that saying that it's an obligation, or is this giving a recommendation? Okay, let's see. The Prophet ﷺ said, إِذَا دَخَلَ أَحَدُكُمُ الْمَسْجِدَ فَلَا يَجْلِسْ حَتَّى يُصَلِّي رَكْعَتَيْنِ. The Prophet ﷺ said, if any of you enter the masjid, then they should not sit until they would perform 2 rak'ahs. Here we go, before sitting, basically. So what if I sat down? Does that mean that's the end of it? Different opinions between scholars. But in general, is that you would enter the masjid before you would even do anything. And I would like to say, before you even, in another hadith, the Prophet ﷺ, whenever he would enter the masjid, would not talk to anybody. And they even described him as if he did not know any of us. He would just enter the masjid, and as if he didn't know anybody, does not say, not hi, not bye, not nothing, no, nothing. Just enter the masjid, and not until he would pray the 2 rak'ahs will he start greeting people. Would he start talking to them? Would he start as if he and do whatever he needs to do in socialization? So socialization would not be done before, but it would be done after the 2 rak'ahs. Okay, the other thing is that part of the adab of the masjid is that this one's quite interesting. Really interesting, that, okay, you would sit waiting for the salah, and you would engage in dhikrillah and or reading Quran, and you would avoid, messing with different things that are not relevant to salah. So the sunnah, let's say you come in early, you would basically sit, do dhikr. What is dhikr? Dhikr can be tasbih. Subhanallah, alhamdulillah, subhanallah, just the word subhanallah, which means you're glorifying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Or can be takbir, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, that's it, tashahhud. Or it can be la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. It can be Allahumma ghfirli. It can be dua. Because remember, there is an answered dua between adhan and iqamah. Between the time that the muadhin makes the adhan, and between the time that the iqamah is announced, basically Allah Akbar, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, basically the iqamah to prepare everybody get up for salah, there is an answered dua between the adhan and the iqamah. Okay, so use that to probably make a dua. What kind of dua do you want? A pious husband, a pious wife, maybe good grades to pass your class, or maybe good health, or maybe good wealth, or halal wealth, or maybe a pious children. Okay, now the other thing is this one's quite interesting. Tashbik al-asabi'. So what does that mean? Interlacing fingers. That's not recommended, interlacing fingers. And there was actually a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ said, إِذَا كَانَ أَحَدُكُمْ فِي الْمَسْجِدِ فَلَا يُشَبِّكَنَّ فَإِنَّ التَّشْبِيكَ مِنَ الشَّيْطَانِ. That they should not interlace the fingers, because that interlacing the fingers is basically from shaitan. So what if I'm outside the masjid? Maybe just a habit. I'm just sitting down and I'm just interlacing my fingers. I'm just basically putting my fingers together. Okay. Is that from shaitan or not? Differences of opinions between scholars. Okay. But the majority actually said that this is not the adab of al-masjid. Why not? Okay. That's why you could see right here, he said, if it's outside of the masjid, then it's not impermissible to interlace the fingers, because the Prophet ﷺ himself, it was proven that he had interlaced the fingers after he had basically completed salah. So before salah, it's not permissible, but after salah, it's permissible. So that's that evidence. But you actually had differences of opinions between scholars on whether that is recommended or whether that basically also is not recommended. And then they debated all of these evidences. Okay, just wanted to let you know, because I know some people would come to me and say, hey, I've got an evidence that says something else. Did you make the wrong fatwa? And I would say it's differences of opinions. And then sometimes I have to end up, giving a whole lecture on the differences of opinions and what evidences they used and all of that. So sometimes I'll just let you know. It's like, okay, here's just a red flag right there coming up and saying there are differences of opinions and there are different ways of interpreting these evidences. Okay, so while you're waiting for the prayer, okay, basically you want to keep in mind that that just by waiting for salah, let's see this one. Just by waiting for salah, that the malaika would basically be there. Think of it, malaika just there, putting your name basically on the records of those that attended the masjid, and the malaika would there. There are specific malaika that are just there just to make istighfar for every single person that went inside the masjid. Let's say, if Salah basically started, إقامة الصلاة. What is الإقامة? الإقامة, like we said earlier, basically when the Imam assistant basically says قد إقامة الصلاة قد إقامة الصلاة. What is قد إقامة الصلاة? قد إقامة الصلاة meaning Salah is now starting, Salah is being performed. Okay, قد إقامة الصلاة basically means Salah is being performed. Okay, قد قامت الصلاة, قد قامت الصلاة. Okay, and the Prophet ﷺ used to do this, and certainly would have Bilal ibn Rabah basically do it, and the Prophet ﷺ would basically lead the Salah. Okay, so the Prophet ﷺ, why is it important? In all the different rows in prayer the same? The answer is no. Some rows are better than others. Like what? So the Prophet ﷺ said this hadith: لو يعلم الناس ما في النداء والصف الأول ثم لم يجدوا إلا أن يستهموا عليه لاستهموا. What does that mean? So the Prophet ﷺ, in regards to rows, he said if people knew the reward for pronouncing the adhan and the call for standing in the first row, that is in the congregational prayer, and found no way to get that reward except by casting lots, they would cast lots. What does that mean? So if people would have known the reward there is for praying in the first row, and this is more for men, and they would only do a draw. So it's like, yeah, we're going to make a draw. We're going to be making like casting votes or casting at least draws. And every single person that comes in, it's like, oh, you get this reward. And they would cast like a draw. And of course, when do people cast draws? Because the reward is so magnificent that people are basically, basically very few are going to get that reward. So they would cast draws. Okay, so that's when the Prophet ﷺ basically said, if people would have known the reward and the magnificent reward for coming into the masjid and praying in the first row, they would have actually done whatever it takes, even if it's a draw, to basically join in the first row. So let's say the Prophet ﷺ also said, خير صفوف الرجال أولها. So the first and the most important, the best rows for men are the first rows. You make it to the first row, that actually means you had come early. You make it to the first row, that would also mean that you were a person that not only had come early, but a person that was considerate to being in that row. Okay, and the Prophet ﷺ, how do we make those rows? How do we make those rows? The Prophet ﷺ said, لِيَلِنِي مِنْكُمْ أُولُو الْأَحْلَامِ وَالنُّهَى. He said, let the first ones that would come into the masjid basically line up, the ones that are ulul ahlam. What is ulul ahlam? Somebody that keeps on getting dreams? No, this is talking about someone reaching the age of puberty. How do we, when we're speaking about the boys, when they reach the age of puberty, getting something called a wet dream, meaning what? Basically get certain dreams, and then, of course, these dreams would mandate them to take showers. And that's basically as a sign of their body reaching the age of puberty and being complete in its development. Okay. And they would have to take a shower before they would make the salah if they got such dreams. Okay, that would mean their body basically completed this different stages of puberty. Nuha. What is nuha? Nuha meaning, nuha is to mean mind, maturity. So we're speaking about the elderly, the most experienced. We're speaking about the educated, that they should be the ones in the first rows. Yes, respect the elderly, respecting the elderly, and respecting the educated, and respecting the experience and the wisdom that someone might have, and that they should be the first in those rows is basically part of Islam. In teaching your children, when you meet an elderly person, for example, if it's within that culture, to kiss their hand, well, kiss their hand, or probably helping them with their shoes, or probably listening when the elderly are speaking, or probably maybe getting up and giving them your spot as part of that, or probably if they're lined up in a queue to get food and you see an elderly person, let them basically come forward before you instead of you having them stand behind you, or probably maybe asking them to sit down and that they can choose whatever they want and you'll stand on behalf of them, and that you would get the food for them and basically serve them. That's basically part of the adab that you would give, even if this elderly is not related to you. That's the adab. And certainly that's the adab, especially if we're speaking about manly adab. Why manly adab? Because you recognize your power, and when you recognize your power, you recognize how to use your power to serve for the good. Whether it's standing for them, or whether it's letting them go for first, or whatever it is that you recognize. Same thing. If you're basically talking about masculinity, you're speaking about chivalry, you're speaking about shahama, that he would recognize that, oh, my mother is weaker right now, and yeah, she would slap me, but I would know that that doesn't even hurt me, but I would still give my mom a hug, or, apologize, whatever, even though I would recognize that that slap that she gave me did not even hurt because she had gotten weaker. But I wouldn't bring it to her face that she got weaker and that it hurt. But I would let her know that she's dear to me, and that I'm basically recognizing that she has the honor. And I'm giving her the honor, even if she probably failed to physically prove it, but I recognize her value, even if she physically did not have the power to prove it. But I would recognize the honor, the contribution, and basically that is in itself is recognizing, of course, the good that others had contributed in our life. Okay, so خير صفوف النساء آخرها. What about the women? Should women stand in the beginning too? Well, what if they had this barrier thing, the I don't know, curtain or anything like that? I mean, does that mean that no, that women shouldn't be the beginning? They can line up in front. We're not talking about lining up with the guys, but we're talking about the women's rows, and certain women are basically start standing in the first row. So scholars actually had differences of opinions on whether in cases where women are away from men. So let's say they have their own, I guess, women's site, and in the women's site, there's no connection. In other words, it's a completely different place in a women's site, and there's no interaction with men. So the first opinion basically said, when he said خير صفوف النساء آخرها, the best of the rows are basically the back rows. They said, well, that's in the circumstances when there are men and women basically in one premise. Okay, but in that opinion basically said خير صفوف النساء آخرها, the best of the rows would be the last rows. That's in order to maintain their modesty, to maintain, this is talking about the last rows in situations when men and women are basically in the same premise. But if they're in different areas, different campuses, different premise, etc., then in that situation, some scholars actually said, no, this still applies, that the last row is basically the best row for women, even if they're a different premise, even if there is no issue in regards to modesty or even interaction with men and all of that, because we've got a text that proves it and says it, and that's basically going to be the final statement. Okay, that's one opinion that said that no, regardless of premise or not, it's going to stay that the last row is basically the best row. Other opinions, they said, no, we have to understand the context and the reason for this text. We can't just take this text and just not put it within the context. So the second opinion said that the context of this hadith is in its application, it's wanting women to basically stay away from interacting with men, even if we're speaking about the rows of salah, that it's basically telling women that even if we're speaking about no interaction, or sorry, the second opinion basically said if we're speaking about that there's no interaction, then in that situation, the first row for the women would basically be better. And so the second opinion basically looked at the context of that text, and the first opinion basically looked at the text without the context, and they regarded that the context is a personal interpretation and not necessarily coming from the actual text. Okay, let's see. So another thing in regards to the rows, the Prophet ﷺ said, سَوُوا صُفُوفَكُمْ فَإِنَّ تَسْوِيَةَ الصُّفُوفِ مِنْ تَمَامِ الصَّلَاةِ. He said, fix, and in other words, make sure that the rows are basically straightened. So straightening the rows, and for straightening the row is part of the perfection of prayer. What does it mean to straighten the row? What it means to straighten the row is that the shoulder of the person standing is next to the shoulder. What if they're different heights? Right, we're not talking about necessarily literally the shoulder. We're speaking about that they're really straight and they're really next to each other. The heel is next to the heel. So the heel from person A is basically hitting and touching the heel for person B. Okay, so the heels are next to the heels, shoulders next to the shoulders, and basically not one going forward and going back, but they're all basically standing this way, shoulder to shoulder, heel to heel, and basically standing next to one another. So if you're standing heel to heel, that means we're going to be open up our legs to a certain point, well, to a certain level. You don't have to exaggerate, okay? Don't exaggerate, but make it something that is basically straightened, something that is decent. And certainly the Prophet ﷺ had basically said, لا تسوون صفوفكم أو ليخالفن الله بين وجوهكم. If you don't straighten up your rows, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will alter your faces. What does it mean to alter our faces? Right? Our faces would start looking like something else? No. Altering the face would basically mean that the faces themselves, in other words, our directions, our identities, our relationship with one another, would basically go in division. That's what it means. So this is metaphorical. And the Prophet ﷺ saying is, if you don't really face the same thing, you're going to see that within the society, people are starting to go in divisions. People are starting to go basically in different identities. So in other words, to support one another, make sure you learn how to practice the sunnah in place. And the Prophet ﷺ basically said, أَقِيمُوا صُفُوفَكُمْ وَتَرَاصُوا. What is أَقِيمُوا صُفُوفَكُمْ? Straighten your rows and stand close to one another. That's what the Prophet ﷺ is saying. So what's tarasu? Tarasu meaning what? You really squeeze the person? Well, don't squeeze the person per se, but you want to at least connect to one another, and you want to make sure that you don't let any empty spaces and gaps be between you and the person next to you. So that's basically our end for this chapter. Any questions? Inshallah, are we supposed to be continuing the following today, or what? I don't know. I got lost at what time we started and what time we end, but that's okay. Any questions? Noura, you got yourself
What?
unmuted.
Okay. So, like, what do we do if we try to get sisters to straighten the lines and they still don't?
That's it. You're not going to fight them. I think
Oh
what,
man, I can't get out my boxing
oh
glove.
man.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, you can't fight them. خلاص. I mean, you know, what that reflects is really ignorance within the society. So we just have to, I guess, do a different kind of, let's say, activism right there, rather than physical activism. We'll do education to probably teach the people in the masjid the etiquettes of the masjid, probably
See
teach
the
them more about the
okay.
fiqh of their salah. So
Yeah, the
whenever they
problem
don't.
is a lot of times you'll find like aunties, older sisters, and they like how do you kind of like, I don't know, educate people who are kind of older
So
and set in
there,
their ways. You know what I mean?
right. So you know, you could do the education, the Imam himself, probably, you know, talking about it on the microphones. It does take time. So, but Alhamdulillah, if you were to compare it with before, we're actually doing pretty good in bringing education, Noura. We're doing
Alhamdulillah.
pretty good. So even if you don't have a lot of people probably listening to the class, or you might not have a lot of people pay attention, the word is getting out there. Don't give up. Continue. You're going to still have people that probably didn't hear it and probably, you know, are probably angry. And you want to understand that people have different circumstances. Okay. You know, I'll tell you a funny, sad story that happened with me. I was in Masjid al-Huda. A lady comes in and she was praying at a completely different qibla. And I basically came in and I attempted to basically turn her towards to the qibla. And then she basically pushed me. And I said, "Sister, the qibla is this way." And she just pushed me.
Wow.
So I
She
let
pushed
her
you
go.
in her
Wait,
salah?
wait, yeah, she pushed me in her salah. Wait, Nora. So, and then after she finished salah, I said, "Sister, the qibla is this way. You prayed to the wrong qibla." And she said, "You know, my name is Khadija." And I said, "Nice to meet you,
Oh
Khadija."
yeah, yeah,
In
I remember
action.
that. Subhanallah.
Were you there, Nora? I said,
Yes, I was right there.
"You were right there." I'll never forget that.
Oh my
I said,
God.
"My name is Aisha." And she said, "My husband's Muhammad." I said, "My husband's Sammy." And she got really angry. And then she called and she was like, "Listen, my husband is a prophet." Remember that one, Nuda? Said,
Yes,
"My husband is
I
a prophet."
remember that. Oh my God.
She was like, "My husband is a prophet." And I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute. Something's going wrong right here. My husband's not a prophet." But and I must
Ya
admit,
Allah.
later thinking about it, you know, at that time, I guess it just didn't occur to me. Maybe we're seeing a mental illness here. Maybe we're seeing a new cult in the making. I guess at that moment, I was really confused. Well, the lady got really angry at me, um, for because she thought I was making fun of her. And I wasn't really, Nura, you remember, I wasn't making fun of
Yeah,
her. I was just trying to instruct, but then the lady got really angry, and then she called on to the administration in the
I remember
masjid
that. Yeah.
because, yeah, because she got really angry and thought that I was somehow, I guess, uh, intervening in preventing her from praying and all of that. And I just said, I just talked to the administration Arabi. I said, don't worry about it. Just say that you're scolding me for somehow, disrespecting her or whatever, just to end the story, because
Yeah, it could have been a mental illness. You never
it could,
know.
you never know. So that's the thing that I'm saying, Nura, you never know. You know that outrage at one point that all these younger teenagers were writing the articles on mosque and all of that, and feeling that they were not included in the masjid, etc. So I would say, some people are still, even though they are Muslim born, but some people are really in alliance with shaitan. They're just looking for reasons to feel outcasted in the masjid. Okay. So I would really be careful before you attempt to give da'wah. Just see whether the person is ready to get that, and just make sure, you don't want to make a clown of yourself, okay, or a fool out of yourself, but
Yeah.
you just want to make sure that that
Yeah,
the
like, and
person,
sometimes you need to understand their cultural
oh, right, they're
background as well, right?
absolutely, absolutely. Just keep that one in mind. Remember, I don't know if you remember. Oh, Nura, remember Taliba? She died of cancer.
Yeah, Allah. Yeah.
African American. She was say
Rahmatullah alayha.
Allah yarhamha ya Rabbi, Allah
Amen.
yarhamha. We had a lot of revert sisters that died. Allah yarhamhum jami'an. They didn't have the
Amen.
family to say
Amen.
Allah yarhamhum. In particular, Sister Rebecca from Masjid Dar al-Faruq. Allah yarhamha ya Rabbi rahma wasi'a.
Amen.
Um, Ameen ya Rabbi. In what is that? Her name is Salma I don't know what I don't know. She was pretty active. Remember who, Nura? Allah yarhamhum ya Rabbi. Many of those
Amen.
reverts, they didn't have family to give, I guess, that dua for them after their death. But,
Subhanallah.
it's left for us to just remember to say Allah yarhamhum, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala
Amen.
give them the mercy and on their soul, Ya Rabbi, and may Allah subhanahu wa
Amen.
ta'ala forgive them, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala embrace them with his mercy.
Amen.
So when we're speaking about going around the masjid to give da'wah, we could do pamphlets, we can probably do education in general. We can sometimes hold circles in the masjid speaking about certain adab, maybe, right now using uh, perhaps, maybe the screens. That's basically something that they could see, videos right now, short videos describing the adab of the masjid. Right now, during our times, like never before, education is accessed a lot easier than before, but at the same time, it's way harder because of the amount of information that is out there. So yes, it's
And can I
easier
say
to
something really fast?
go
Sorry.
ahead.
I just want to say, there was a lady who made shahada from Georgia yesterday, and subhanAllah, like she learned about Islam through TikTok and Discord and whatever. But like her question was why aren't Muslims telling people about the Quran? Why aren't they telling us about Islam?
Right,
So
right.
that, that's just like a reminder for all of us that, you know, these people deserve to hear the message.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, um, we definitely have to do our piece. But it's not only for non-Muslims, but it's also for Muslims, Nura.
Yes, I
We're
totally agree.
Yep, it's also for Muslims. We're seeing Muslims really also needing that, even though I'm pretty optimistic that we're, alhamdulillah, seeing people that want to learn their deen, taking the time to learn their deen, etc. So I'm pretty optimistic, but I still think that there's a lot to be done, and that we have to do even more and more. So for the sisters that are with us, please help us market these classes and bring in your friends, and bringing in your friends. You'll also get the reward for their attendance as well. So not only will you get the reward for your attendance, but if your friend attends too, they'll also they'll get the reward for their attendance, and you'll also get the reward for their attendance. So your attendance would be double, basically. Okay, so invite your friends to attending the classes, and you attend as well. Even if it's not in person, even if it's Zoom, you'll get the same reward, inshallah. Any questions in regards to our class for today, or even outside of
Yeah,
class? That's
I actually have a question for
okay. Go
class.
ahead, dear.
Yeah, so you mentioned I think it was earlier on during the class that one of the conditions of Salah is to focus and not to look all around you. And sometimes when you have a kid with you, you tend to like eyes darting everywhere, front, back, and center, trying to like make sure they're safe. So in that situation, like, do you have to redo your salah, or like, how do you curb the urge to like keep looking around to make sure everything is safe around you?
So in general, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Taqullaha mastata'tum." You're going to have taqwa as much as you can. Okay. So if you basically had a hyperactive child in situations like that, can I put them in a spot, maybe give them something to get them busy with until I finish my salah? But if it's a a colicky child, a hyperactive child, an ADHD, these type of children, you can give them
SubhanAllah.
1 minute, and then the second minute they're like, okay, that they're bored and already wandering around. Ittaqullaha mastata'tum. Do your best in trying to get your taqwa, trying to get your focus, trying to get your khushu', and that's basically what you could do. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, inshallah, will reward you for the attempt and for the amount of khushu' that you are putting in. And ladies with toddlers, ladies with babies, this is absolutely normal. This is a stage that definitely is a distraction. It's a fitna as well. I would like to say that it's a fitna because you're trying to get better on your deen, but then these children would basically distract you, whether from attending a class or going to the masjid, and you start feeling, I must admit, you start feeling distanced. You start feeling
Yes.
it's absolutely normal. It's completely normal that you would, at times, you go to the masjid and you attempted to go to the masjid. There were many times when I went to the masjid and my child would just start screaming, and it's like, okay,
Yeah, you
I
had
just
to go
entered the
out.
masjid. I
Yeah,
just
SubhanAllah.
literally just entered the masjid, and I started screaming. It's like, I drove all the way to come to the masjid, and here it is at the door, basically starting to scream. Now I have to go back. This is absolutely normal. We went through all these situations, or sometimes, you took them to the
Or
bathroom,
you
but
or you're praying in Salatul Jummah and your kid goes crawling out.
goes crawling out, or sometimes even, I don't know, your daughter attempting to somehow pull the hijab off and of other women. You're like, don't do that. But I don't know why she finds it funny to actually do it again and again and again. And I remember Fatima did that.
Honestly, I think that's exactly why I asked the question, because even when I want to like completely focus on my salah, the next thing on my mind is, where's this girl? Because she's probably starting to like climb the chairs, or like climb the tables, or like trying to find a million ways to like hurt herself in the 5 minutes that I just need to make salah. So like my eyes are always darting around and darting around, like subhanallah. How
Right.
do I complete this salah?
Yep. This is absolutely normal. But at the same time, taking the time to teach the children the adab of the masjid.
And that gives you dawah too. Like
Absolutely.
when you're teaching your children, you're actually reinforcing yourself, right?
Right. And you know what, Noura? I think in America, at least from what I had seen, I think the Muslims in America do a better job in bringing their children to the masjid than
Yes.
other places. I must admit, there are certain things that I like about the Islamic awareness in America, in the Muslims in America than other places. I must admit, just going outside, and it's like, I think the Muslims do a better job in certain words, like teaching even the non-Muslims, like Jazakallah khairan, doing certain classes, doing certain activism to make people feel welcome, doing certain activities for the children in the masjid, even if that was basically making a spot for the kids to play in the masjid, probably a place to let the children feel that they belong to the masjid. I think this is something that I would probably think exclusive to the Muslims. Maybe in the West, I don't know. I haven't been everywhere, but I would say in America at least, I did see that there was better contribution in making, one, the Muslims get better access to ilm, two, activism, three, inclusivity. And what I mean by inclusivity, bring the children in, people from
Yeah,
different
it's not
cultures.
like when a long time ago where it was like that, you didn't feel like the kids were welcome. Now people are realizing that, hey, these kids, they need their identity in the masjid. They need to have that love for the masjid.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
honestly, I agree with Dr. Aisha, because I felt like when I moved to the West is actually when I felt a strong sense of sisterhood, of community that is actually offer.
Yeah,
Back
I
at
must
home,
admit, I miss that.
we have the majority Muslims, and a masjid is just somewhere you go during Eid or like during Friday prayers. But then there is no activities, there is nothing to like bring people together. But I felt like when I moved to the West, there is more awareness of your religion. There is more awareness of what Islam actually is, and the sense that you belong to a community. I only felt that
Alhamdulillah.
when I actually moved here.
Right. I think
Alhamdulillah.
being the other sometimes brings in, I guess you're being provoked, let's say it that way, to ask questions, to figure out more, to ask, to understand, to educate others about your identity. Because if you don't educate others about your identity, you're basically going to have the other person
Educate you, right?
educate about you.
Yeah.
Then you're being labeled if you don't label yourself.
Can I ask a question? There was a sister in the fiqh group who had a question. She said that she was postpartum 40 days and her yani it stopped, and then it basically after a day or two started again. So she didn't know what to do.
Right. So then there are actually a couple of things to say in that regard. So if we're saying postpartum, okay, the scholars actually had differences of opinion. So you had the Maliki and you had the Shafi'i, okay? The Maliki, they basically considered that postpartum can go up to 60 days. And the Shafi'i, they
Oh,
consider
wow.
that postpartum can go up to only 40 days. And therefore, the bleeding that happens after day 40, they consider that would be within the course of istihada.
Istihada. Okay.
Istihada. Okay, that's the Shafi'i. The third one basically said, well, there's actually no maximum number of days. So if the Shafi'i is considered 40, the Maliki is considered 60, and they said, well, let's actually see whether their 40 and 60 numbering is standing on any basis anyways. And to be honest, both opinions don't actually have the evidence to prove 40 or 60, but it was really based on their own experience slash so it was more their knowledge of women's health, really. Okay, so looking at that when we're speaking about situations where the bleeding is going beyond 40 days, specifically beyond 40 days, because the number 40, there is a basis to it in a hadith, but not the number 60. Okay. That's that whole debate. Does that mean 40 is the max, or does that mean that
Even if she had seen yellow in between?
Right, even if she had seen yellow in between.
Okay.
So that's that debate. So looking at, well, is there a maximum, etc., then we're going to be saying that preponderant, wallahu a'lam, is that looking to the bleeding. The structure of the bleeding, is it like the structure of the postpartum bleeding, or is it like the structure of other bleeding, meaning just
Okay.
internal bleeding, making it istihada? So we're going to be using the third method, which is looking at the bleeding. Is it like an
The
effect?
texture, the color, the smell.
Exactly. You're going to look at those, the smell, the texture, etc. Is it like a period? Is it like a nifas? Or is it outside of that category? And then they're going to classify it as istihada. So yes, certainly you're going to be using your ijtihad. So you're going to be doing your own ijtihad, your own evaluation, your own best of, let's say, the best of your judgment.
And that goes back to the hadith that you said.
Exactly. Yep, that's what you're going to do. So I hope I answered that one, Nuda.
Yeah, inshallah, I'll tell her. Jazakallah khair.
All right, wa iyyakum. Any other questions? This is it. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نستغفرك ونتوب إليك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت. So inshallah next week, let's see what we're going to do next week, right? So next week we're going to talk about something that is really important, which is basically what makes something that is obligatory in Salah. What are the acts of sunnah? Why is that even important? That's important because I need to know whether I can skip that act and whether I can just do sujood itself for not doing it or not. So yeah, so stay tuned. There's a lot to say. You could say, see, look at all those highlighted words. Those are important words. So
Yeah, so
inshallah,
definitely we should invite other people to this because like people need they really need to know this, you
Yes,
know.
I-
absolutely.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum
I
salam.
just wanted to tell you something because you were telling about the Palestini. I have many Palestini friends and my teachers. I love Palestinians. Love. They are very good and very generous. You know, before Corona, I have problem in my house. The water burst and all the water came and ceiling fell down. It was like disaster. Astaghfirullah. Alhamdulillah. Ala kulli hal. And you know,
Subhanallah.
all my friends, Palestinian friends, they came and gave me their house keys. You go in my house. She said, no, go my house. I'll go in my daughter's house. She said, I go in my son's house. You go and stay. I said, I'm not crazy. I'm going to go to you and take you from your house. And I go. And they were laughing after. See, we are Palestini. We're all giving them our houses. Subhanallah.
MashaAllah.
Subhanallah. I love Palestini. Subhanallah. The nature is so good.
Alhamdulillah. I mean, alhamdulillah. I mean, this isn't exclusive to Palestini, Jordanians, Syrians, Pakistanis right now, wallahi, marking history in their victory. Allahu Akbar.
MashaAllah.
You know, Alhamdulillah, what I was crying, why they do 2-3 bombs over there in Israel? If they do it, they couldn't do anything. I wish they could do that too. I was trying to.
Rabbil Alameen, inshallah, will give them victory, but
Amin.
definitely,
Ya Rab.
you know, the
all the
victory that
Muslimin,
happened.
everywhere, Ya Rab, all the Muslimin. Ya
Yeah,
Rab,
no,
Ya Rab.
I don't know how aware we are in what happened recently in Pakistan is actually marking a very, very important part in history.
Alhamdulillah.
I don't think we recognize
Yeah, let's
the
touch on this.
victory. Noura, this is considered a change in history.
Alhamdulillah.
Another
This
change
is
in history after Syria?
Another
Allahu
change
Akbar.
in history. This is another
Allahu
change in
Akbar.
history. When you speak about Pakistan, you're actually right now talking a nuclear power.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be using nuclear powers, etc.? But here's one thing, you know, when we speak about nuclear power, we definitely, as Muslims, definitely don't necessarily want to use nuclear power. But you have to know that right now, in the world of politics, what actually gives you the respect and the honor in people respecting and basically giving sanctity to you, the lives of your people, is when you are strong to support them.
Yeah.
And Pakistan being a country that is a nuclear country, and that with the attempt of another nuclear country to basically fight it, and that they were boom right there. And what was it? And they were insisting basically the Minister of Defense in Pakistan, he's actually a Hafidh al-Quran, by the way. Okay.
MashaAllah.
He's a Hafidh al-Quran, and he was just like, this is a La ilaha illallah issue. When
Yeah.
you see that, and right now they're like, what really gave us the victory is the word La ilaha illallah. And
La ilaha
what
illallah.
they were really attacking, the Hindus, what they were really attacking is that they were attacking masjid. They were like, this is a place of terrorism. And so it's, they were wanting to attack it right there. But then subhanAllah, they were like, no, that's it. This is an issue of La ilaha illallah. Now, having that within this whole story that we're in today, because India, the US, Israel were basically creating an alliance. You're talking about a Hindu, Christian, and Jewish alliance to attack
Yeah.
Islam. Simple as that.
Even Hindu are talking about Pakistan.
Exactly. Exactly. So when you're
And
looking
they
at
were
the
hiding. And they
about
were
this
hiding about
alliance,
Pakistan.
and you're seeing right now, alhamdulillah, that the Muslims, whether in Pakistan or whether in Syria or whether in Palestine or whether in Allah A'lam, in other places as well, but right now we're building a power
Yara.
of support. But right now, the Muslim support is, for the first time in history, basically saying we are right now even having an access to nuclear power. So that is making the previously called West, when right now Trump is basically dividing the West, he's actually doing the job for the Muslims. Trump is actually dividing the West, ironically. This is real. Trump is dividing the West. This is real.
Farnham.
So you're seeing the whole area of alliances are right now going in different areas. And it's kind of like we would say something is happening to the alliances in the world right now, where you're seeing new divisions, you're seeing new powers rise, and you're seeing new forces basically gaining more and more power.
Allah Kareem.
Is
Honestly,
this
Dr. Aisha, you're absolutely right. Because right now I feel like what is happening is like the battle of the Ahzab. I was like, why is everything dismantling? Today you hear of some alliances, and now from Asia, you're already hearing of China's power, and then in the Middle East you're hearing of another power, and then you hear about the tense relationship between Russia and America, and Ukrainian catching spies among them sent by America, of course. Everything is tense right now. Every alliance is really tense right now, and things are like
The
happening.
Haqq is going to prevail, inshallah.
You
So
know, it's
we know
also
it's gonna.
scary. It's also scary because this can be marking the beginning of new alliances for another world war, which is pretty scary, because if you're talking about another world war and you're talking about with countries that are nuclear, you're talking about Russia, you're talking about the US, you're talking about India, you're talking about Pakistan, man, that would be extremely scary within 72 seconds or so. If we're talking about a nuclear war, one third of the population will basically be dead. That's a massive number. So we definitely, need to make dua that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would give victory to the ummah, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would give protection to the ummah as well, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would bring
Our last words, La ilaha illallah
our
Muhammad
last
Rasulullah.
words, La ilaha illallah. Just continue doing La ilaha illallah and continue doing your piece of da'wah. We don't know where this is going, but we definitely We definitely know the hadith when the Prophet ﷺ said, بدأ الإسلام غريبا. Islam started out in a strange way. وسيعود غريبا. And
Right.
it will come back in a strange way. How? What's going to happen? You know, Islam, in the power of Islam in 1924 ended in a very strange way, where all of a sudden, you know, there's no khilafah, there's none of that.
Yeah.
Muslims are basically subjugated by all these countries, and they're just finding themselves really thinking, is there ever going to be any victory? Is there ever going to be the rise of Islam again, or are we just going
That
to
was
be?
the worst time, subhanAllah.
Absolutely. Right now, we're seeing that Islam is
Rising.
rising and becoming a superpower that is not a body, but it's basically, you could see it's little pieces of different groups. But then what if these pieces basically become one?
Yes. We have to be united. Hold tight to the rope of Allah subhanahu wa
Absolutely.
ta'ala and
What
be
if
not
these pieces
divided but
become
united.
one? And that's something, believe it or not, if you were to go to the think tanks, whether in the West or whether in
That's
the
what they're
US,
trying to prevent
and
us from doing.
well, you know, they are always thinking, well, what if this becomes unified? That would basically be a very scary thing, because that's why they call it the green peril. But at the same time, you continue making that dua, Ya Rabbi, give us victory.
Ya
Ya
Rab.
Rabbi, give
Ya
us the ability to create that unity on the inside and
Ameen.
make it something on the outside. So may Allah subhanahu wa
Ameen.
ta'ala protect the Muslims in Pakistan, protect the Muslims in India, protect the Muslims in Palestine, protect the Muslims in
Ameen.
Syria, protect the Muslims in
Ameen.
Libya,
Ameen.
protect the Muslims in all over the world. Allahumma
All
ameen.
over the world. Allahumma
All
ameen,
over
Ya
the
Rab.
world. Allahumma ameen. And of course, right now, al-kufr millah wahida. Disbelief is one millah. Whether you call them Hindu, you call them Christian, you call them Jewish, they're basically all uniting because they recognize that this Muslim body, if it basically grows strong, it will be not something that anybody can defeat.
SubhanAllah. If the mountain crumbled from Kushua, what are they doing, Yani?
Yep. Allah.
SubhanAllah.
There was a video there, they made it. The two boys were telling, that was in Urdu, and I wish I could do the English one. They say, we are Muslim, we're not afraid from die. We will be shaheed. Think
Yep.
about you. If we shaheed, we're gonna go Jannah. And they were telling everything about description of Jannah. And then say, when you die, you're gonna go. Your people will burn you, because they burn Hindus. They burn you first, then
Ya
Allah will
Allah.
forever you were burning there. And we are not afraid. Come and fight with us. And they were saying that. I was laughing. I say, Ya Rab, Alhamdulillah, we are Muslimin, Ya Rab.
Alhamdulillah.
Ya
Alhamdulillah.
Rab.
You know, it's
Allah protect all the Muslimin everywhere, Ya Rab.
آمين يا ربي.
Ameen.
آمين آمين
Amin, Ya
آمين.
Rab.
So this is it. إن سبحانك الله وبحمدك نستغفرك ونتوب إليك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت. We'll see you all
Ameen.
إن شاء الله.
Alaikum.
Jazakallah khair, habibi, di dunya.
Salam.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Noura. Bishara. Sorry.
Assalamu alaikum, Bishara.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Good, alhamdulillah, mashallah. I have a question. So let's say you keep up with your right now, you say next week we're gonna talk about when sunnah becomes, what was the question? I forgot. It becomes mandatory, whatever.
Well, you had the question.
Anyway, actually I had this question. So you know, like if you want to try, like you're trying your best to keep up with all the sunnah, all your salat sunnah, and sometimes like you're very exhausted, or you're at work, or it's not the time, you miss like the 4 rak'ah before the duhur, or you like at night maybe you're like, oh, I'm too tired to pray the isha sunnah, you know. Will that be like will that become a conflict for your goal, like you want to keep up with all your sunnah? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand?
Okay. I think I understand your question. So in general, Bishara, the more consistent you are with your sunnah, basically the better because it basically enhances your deen. Those times, if you are consistent with the sunnah, let's say every single day you were going, let's just, maybe I could make something more applicable for women. But let's just say every single day you were reading a juz' of Quran, okay? And then one day you basically got a really bad flu. You were not capable of getting up to read that juz' of Quran, okay? So on that day that you did not read that juz' of Quran because of an illness or because of something that is extraordinary, okay, then in that situation, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because of the consistency that you've been doing, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the malaika would actually consider that you had read that juz' of Quran even though you actually didn't.
I love that.
Because
That's
of
a
the
hadith, right?
That's a hadith.
Yes, I love it.
That's a hadith. And the same thing, let's say you were consistent probably in attending the Gems of Light class, okay? And you were attending, but then one day you got probably traveling to do. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that week that you were traveling in, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the whole week, you would be considered as attendance
Ya
present.
Allah. Ya Allah.
All right, attendance present. Her name is on there, even though she wasn't actually there. But Allah subhanahu wa
SubhanAllah.
ta'ala and the malaika would consider her as present because she was always consistent.
MashaAllah.
Okay, so someone told me like one thing, like I feel like right now, like I'm in the point of, okay, I'm so disappointed with myself, like not keeping up with this. Like long time someone told me, like I'm not sure.
Don't be disappointed in yourself. Just
No, it's just okay.
keep,
So someone said, like I there's some people, subhanAllah, they pray Salatul Duha because every time they never stopped, no matter what,
because there's how many doors is for Jannah, right?
Yeah. So anyway, someone said Salatul Duha, someone told me this long time, maybe like 15 years back. Only people who can keep up with the Salatul Duha is people Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala choose them, So sometimes when I cannot keep up with this, I'm like, maybe Allah didn't choose me. I'm like, I don't know. The shaitan maybe makes things like, okay, you're not good at it, forget about it.
Bisharo, think of it as this way. There's an upgrade and there's a downgrade, but there's also probably a different door as well, meaning you probably want to take maybe a different promotion, okay? So if you upgrade your deen, keep it always consistent at that upgraded level, okay? Don't downgrade your deen.
Okay.
Okay? And
I want to say something too. Like a lot of people are focused on the quantity rather than the quality. So, for example, they'll just be doing it like a ritual, and it's so important that we have that khushua in our salah too. You know what I mean? Like we have the ikhlas.
Right. And at the same time, Noura, sometimes you would also want to see the another door maybe. Maybe you're not doing pretty well, let's say at Gems of Light attendance, for example. But you went to another institute and that institute perhaps was giving you a better focus, maybe because it's in person, for example. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that if one door is closed, try to find another door that would give you another, let's call it promotion. Don't stay
whether
where
it's
you are.
dhikr, whether
Absolutely.
it's doing good deeds,
Absolutely.
there's so many ways
So
to
that's that muhasabat an-nafs that you do. That's that muhasabat an-nafs that you do. If you were not capable of being consistent with one ibadah, well, don't let that be as I failed. No, it's okay. You can either come back to it or you could probably choose a different kind of a way to get to Jannah. Like you said, there are many doors of Jannah. If you're not a person of fasting, maybe you're a person of da'wah. If you're not a person of da'wah, you're basically an introverted person. That's okay. Maybe you're a person of seeking ilm. Just seeking ilm. Maybe you could deliver ilm. Hey, Imam Malik was an introverted person versus you look at Abu Hanifa, very extroverted. Okay, but Imam Malik's way was completely different because it suited his introverted personality. And that's the same thing. When you look at it, people have different ways. Some people do excellent in their salah, or at least in, let's say, in their we're not talking about salah meaning 5 obligatory prayers. We're talking about maybe nawafil, okay? And other people do really good at probably learning Islam, maybe writing books, maybe defending Islam. Maybe others are better at hifd al-Quran and teaching Quran, and others
just try to do it because you love Allah.
absolutely. And you just remember that people have different energies and different powers and different potentials. So figure out where your potential works best.
I love that. I love that. MashaAllah.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be all, we don't all have to be scholars.
Someone,
We don't,
okay, go ahead, sis, sorry.
yeah, we don't all have to be scholars, and we don't all have to be the person that is doing, the acing, let's say, in our nawafil, or acing in our fasting, etc. It would be good to actually have all the doors of Jannah open to you, and you could enter from whatever door, fasting, great, and praying, those doors of salah are open to, those doors of da'wah are open to, those doors of probably being good with your children and your family are open to, etc. But, you would figure out what you're capable of doing best and what you ace in, and continue with that. And don't necessarily give up on all doors. That's the most important thing. Don't give up on all doors, but see where you function and where you basically work best. If you're a person, Bisharo, I can tell you're a person that is very extroverted, likes getting people active, likes people getting into nutrition, you've got your own, situation, single parent, basically a daughter with a huge disability. All right. So you're not capable of probably doing a lot of things, even if you were to bring your daughter along. Yeah, some people are just, looking at you like, okay, this is interrupting us, etc. So sometimes, hey, what can I do? Looking at the situation that I'm in. Can I attend classes? Should I do it online? Should I basically do different activities that I'm capable of bring my daughter in because she likes the sun, she likes the wind, etc. What can I do? And mashallah, you're a person of great,
MashaAllah.
mashallah, energy, and Allah yarda anha ya Rabbi. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give her the reward. Great energy, and despite all the challenges there, just make sure you don't give up, and make sure you keep going, and make sure you don't say, oh, it's okay, I have a good reason, I have a child with a disability, and I have this, and then let your
Keep the balance, right? Between the fear and the hope.
Because shaitan can come in and convince you that it's okay, you're okay, you've got a child with a disability, you're a mother, and plus you've got these reasons, therefore it's okay, you don't have to work hard. Be careful, because shaitan can come from that entrance and basically do that tathbit without us knowing. So be careful from that entrance, and always see how you can maximize your milestones and how you can maximize your iman despite the challenges. So that's for you to figure out. What more can you do?
With the quality.
With the quality and with the challenges, or taking consideration the challenges therein.
Okay, so I have another. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much. Wallahi, Allah fight for me. Allah reward you, And I have one more. But someone, okay, so yesterday we were a group of sisters, and someone was encouraging one sister to go and learn Quran. She has a lot of passion for the Quran. She really want to memorize the next couple of years, inshallah. May Allah make it for her. And she was like, okay, so she's not good at learning online. I guess, been online for years, but she never accomplished anything, She was like, I'm good at being in person, like learning. So another sister told her to go and learn this Quran, because 2 days a week, on Sundays and Saturdays, she can go her kids go to Duxi in the morning, but then she has like teenagers, right? So she was like, if I go to this Duxi Sunday and Saturday, 4 to 6:30, my kids are home and they're teenager, and I'm worried, you know, being like for them being home by themselves. You know, I can keep them busy, take them to a park, and you know, help them memorize their lesson, you know, from next day, whatever. Anyway, so the other sister was like, okay, if they go to Quran in the morning and they come home, just let them be, you know, trust Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And she was like, go to the class and take, because this class, I guess she's taking Quran, tafsir, seer of the Rasulullah, and Hisn Muslim, she's memorizing all that, learning. And the teacher is really good. So me, I was like, I don't know. And she was like, really like, didn't know what to do. And I was like, I'm going to ask Sister Aisha.
Okay, so preserving the deen of her children, that's obligatory, but memorizing the Quran is a sunnah.
Okay.
So she has to make sure that her children's deen is in place before taking a sunnah.
Okay.
The fiqh of priorities.
Fiqh of priorities, absolutely.
We'll get there one day.
Absolutely. Ustaza Umayyah, she had her hand risen for a long
Yeah,
time.
get numb from
Oh,
raising.
wow, she got numb. Oh, dear.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam.
Fine.
Sorry for today. I on off with the class because my sister arrived yesterday from Lebanon and I have a guest. I have to be with them. For that, I put the iPad in a room with plus my recording. Anyhow, for her, as she will stay 1 month, inshallah. What about her prayer?
What about her prayer? What's wrong with
Yeah,
it?
يعني
Oh,
to
she's
pray-
traveling. She's traveling. So she's
traveling.
asking.
Yeah, which mazhab she has to follow or the situation of her prayer as a traveler.
Okay, so as long as she is considered as not a resident, she
Right.
can shorten the prayer, meaning we're speaking about shortening the Dhuhr, Asr, and Isha,
Yeah.
basically making it into 2.
Mm.
Okay, and since she is an elderly, if going to the bathroom, let's say making frequent wudu, let's say, is a hassle for her, and this is something that happens a lot with elderly, maybe losing or having some incontinence, or maybe, you know, raising their feet to make that wudu and to make the washing the feet, all of that puts her at a risk
She
of
can do
harming.
that. She can do that.
Yes, okay, good.
Sure.
So if we're speaking about wudu being a hardship for somebody that is an elderly, they
No.
can also do what is called the al-jam' as-suri. What does that look like? Al-jam' as-suri basically means she can pray dhuhr, basically the last 10 minutes of its timing,
Right.
and 10 minutes later, basically pray asr.
Yeah.
And Maghrib and Isha, the last 10 minutes of Maghrib, basically, that's when she prays Maghrib, and then pray Isha 10 minutes later. So that's al-jam' as-suri. For those that are not capable or finding it a hardship, finding hardship in being, I guess, spacing out those salawat throughout the day.
Good. This is what I Jazakallah khair.
وإياكم وإياكم. So this is it. Inshallah, subhanakallah wa bihamdik, mashallah. You were all very patient. نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت. السلام عليكم.
We miss your voice.